But is this going? I'm still getting used to the delay on this. Anyway, yeah. Been a little while now. I can actually say that it has been a little while. It's not been a day since the last one. Hey, let's get the music going. There we are. Yeah. So been a little while. I could have streamed on the weekend, but I was busy getting some stuff set up. I can see the setup's changed a little bit. I've got this scuffed as paper box that I've made. Just glued it together. Looks a bit shit. It does the job. But last time, what we had done was we had assembled these little freaks. Let's zoom this in a little bit so we can see what they are. I'll get my my light in there as well. We'd assembled these dudes, and since then I have undercoated them. And see, this is the absolute smoothest undercoat that I've ever managed to do. And the reason for that is because of this. That's what I've been doing on the weekend. I've been getting this airbrush set up so that I could use it properly. And I've been fiddling around with it, getting the, learning how to use the brush without making an absolute mess. There was also a bit of some issues with voltage because this is a an American brush and they run on a much lower voltage than what we run here in Australia. So I needed to get some extra stuff just to make sure that all works. But anyway, we got there, we've got our brush, and I managed to get a really nice smooth base coat on these Space Marines. And so yeah, what that means now, so I've got got these Space Marines. We got 10 of them. I want to do them as Dark Angels. Let's zoom this out a little bit. Yeah, so got 10 Dark Angels to do. I reckon the way we're going to go about this is I'm running a bit behind schedule. Give me a sec while I pull my paints out. So, I'm probably going to do the same combination of greens that I'd used for the Croc that I painted, was it last week? Maybe it was the week before. Anyway, for the Croc that I painted, I'm going to use the same combination of greens because I really liked it. So, Wild Flesh, I'm going to do I'm going to spray the whole lot of them, just fully coat them. And then I'm going to come back through with Angel Green here from Vallejo for some of the Zenithal highlights. And then when I come back through at the end with a brush, I'm going to do some edge highlights with Warpstone Glow. What we're going to do as well is we're going to bring back a little bit of that the sponge work that we'd done on the Croc. But when we used the sponge for him, we'd actually used the sponge to build up all of the layers. Instead, I'm going to use the sponge to actually just come through with little bits of brown to give some weathering. Don't drop them, they may become fallen. True, I might want to avoid that. But look, the fallen may or may not be all that bad anymore. I just need to pick them up and they become risen, hey? But anyway, we got these freaks here. Might actually just put the ones that I haven't done yet outside of the box. And so, what paints are we going to be running first? There's my Rhinox hide. And I'll need to get my... where are we? Get some airbrush thinner because I don't want to run these Citadel paints through the airbrush as is. Okay. Yeah, so just going to get a bit of the wild flesh into this little palette here. And it's very, very thick, so I'm not going to run it through as is. So going to get a bit of that out. That's probably way too much. I'm probably wasting a lot of paint here. Shake it, baby. That's the way. Yeah, I'm probably wasting a lot of paint here. But, well, you live and learn. And we're going to get a little bit of the airbrush thinner in there. And I'm just going to use the eyedropper that I'm going to use to put it into the airbrush just to mix it. We're just getting it to a nice smooth consistency so that we can run it through the brush without it getting all clogged up. It's still a little thick, so we're going to add a tiny bit more thinner. Yeah, there's a couple more drops there. We'll see how that is. And I'm gonna put on a mask because I do not want to be inhaling this shit. It is very fine particles. Yeah, so if my voice sounds a little muffled, that's because I've got a mask now. But okay. Yeah, I managed to barely pick up any with that. There's a whole lot less paint coming out of this little dish than I had expected. Maybe it's still not thin enough. Yeah, so I am very, very new to airbrushing, so be patient. I am probably going to make an absolute mess of this. Yeah, we'll all learn together here. Except that there are probably a few of you here who are already quite experienced with this and are probably crying watching this. But I'm not going to overfill this, just because we want to see how we can go with consistency. Oop. It's cool you're planning to get into airbrushing, so seeing mistakes is awesome for you. Righto, well, you're going to get to see all the mistakes you want in this stream here, so pay attention. At the moment, I've currently got the compressor set to about 15 PSI. And so I'm just gonna zoom this in a little bit so you guys can see what I'm doing. Oh man, can you? Oh, that is. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna move the mic because I could hear that coming back through. Okay, I need to move. Okay, I'm gonna move the microphone quite a bit because this is just running straight back into the mic. Gonna lift the mic up and over my light down the other side, around to the left. Let's see, is this gonna be a bit better? Yeah, okay. That's a bit better. You're not getting the air going straight back into the mic. Cool. Okay, just testing to get the seeing how much paint is coming through. Okay, cool. Let's get going. It's fine for you guys? Alright, cool. Alright, maybe I did thin the paint a bit too much. We'll see as we come back. So I can always build it up, and I guess it's better to be too thin than too thick. You hope I got some ventilation in that room? Yeah, I've got all the windows open. Yeah, we should be right. And I got a good quality mask on, so we'll be good for the time being. I did make that mistake initially when I was undercoating these dudes the first time. Didn't have the best ventilation and it was not good, so I learnt pretty quick. Mask on, give us a Bane impression. I think I'll pass on that one. Not super confident in my ability to deliver, so maybe next time. Yeah, it's so satisfying doing doing the airbrushing, because it gives such a nice smooth finish. It's just really cool seeing how it goes on. Like, this shit I could never get with a regular brush. And so it's really nice just for blocking out a really smooth, like, even undercoat or base coat. And I think that's probably good for our green base coat on this guy. So we'll set him over here to dry, and we'll start doing the... Oh, I accidentally just touched him. Did I just wipe off a bit of paint? I did. Let's build that back up. There we are. I'm wondering if it might be worthwhile swapping to a slightly larger hole diameter needle to do these base coats. Just improve the flow of the paint a little bit, because I'm not sure if this is... truth be told, I don't know what diameter hole needle the default one that was in this gun is. I know that the other ones that came with the gun are a 0.2 mil and a 0.5 mil. So I'm assuming that the one that's in it is probably a 0.3-ish. Somewhere in the middle. But yeah, this is so satisfying, just sort of seeing the paint just slowly cover over it. Because it feels like I'm not really doing anything, but then I'm just like watching it change color. Yeah, I could not imagine trying to go back to the way I was initially, just manually brushing on the base coat of every mini that I did. Gotta get the inside of his arm here. And that's our second one base coated. Running pretty low on paint in the well, so we'll refill that. I might be able to get through a third Space Marine. Let's see how much paint is coming through. Nah, we'll refill the well. Where did I put my green? Ah, back here. And now that I know how far that previous batch went, I can be a bit less conservative with how much I'm putting in here. Just really fill up the well. thick. It is. This Citadel paint is so thick. Like when I ran the, when I was playing around with the Vallejo paints, they are so nice and thin. The Citadel stuff, some of it is just unbelievably thick. Okay, this is, I've thinned this down a fair bit, but even still, I reckon a little bit more thinner would just help it flow. There we are. We'll go with about that much for now. That should be good. Also just gonna get a couple of tissues because I keep getting like thinner and stuff on my hands. One sec. I should give contrast paints through the airbrush a shot. Oh, that's actually a cool idea because they are so thin as well. That'd be really neat. Good point. I need to give that a shot. Your Dark Angels are all painted with Dark Angels contrast and it's super easy to deal with. Okay, cool. Man, even after I thinned this down this much, it's still so thick. Wondering if I should just put it straight in the well to mix it. But I guess I'm worried then if I put it straight into the well that it'll go down into the chamber and clog without mixing properly. Alright, let's see how this is. One sec. Just clearing the nozzle a bit. Just spinning that around. I don't know. I have some issues getting it to flow. It might still be a bit thick. I'm just gonna. This probably isn't the best idea. But just get a few more drops of the thinner straight in there. And just see if we can mix that through. There we are. Okay, let's keep going. It's, yeah, not really flowing the way I want it to. I'm going to try to turn the pressure up a little bit, just see if there's something blocking the nozzle. Yeah, that's a bit better. It's still kind of being a bit weird trying to push it through. We're getting there. I think this... I do think it might just be that this Citadel paint is so thick. Because there's like barely anything coming out of this nozzle. You do your Dark Angels with Krylon washes and overbrushing. Yeah, overbrushing is a really nice, easy way to get the base coats done, I've found. Okay, I've really thinned down the paint here now. Barely anything coming through though, so I'm just going to run it back through into the nozzle. There we are. Okay, we're good now. We're in business. Took a bit of work, but we're in business. Just need to clear the nozzle and really thin down the paint. I can turn the pressure down now, because otherwise I'm going to have shit flying everywhere. So I had turned it up to about 25 psi. We've brought it back to around 15. And there we are. We're back in business. Hey, there we are. Yep. Paint stopped flying again. Just clear the nozzle once more. Finger over the end. And pull back. Okay. Get this in focus. There we are. And just like that. Yeah, I think every now and then when I'm spraying for an extended period of time, the paint can start to block up on the needle. So I do need to periodically purge it by just running the air back through into the well. Oh shit. Did that? Yeah, I'll clean up the coat that I just did. Get this back in focus. There we are. And my camera does not want to focus. There we are. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear it or not, but my my air compressor is working hard right now under my desk. On that note, getting this airbrush set up with my my air compressor just sitting underneath my desk, I feel like I've got a bomb next to my feet. It is not cool. Because there isn't a huge amount of space in my my work area. I've got so many cords and cables underneath my desk. It looks fucked up. Come on, get in focus. There we are. Flow has started to slow down a bit again, so I'll just smooth out these little bits that I'm working on, and then we'll clear the nozzle again. Oh, actually, I think it's come good. Yeah, it's come good. Man, I will say, just with like the particular color, the particular shade of green that I'm doing these guys in, and how smooth and even the finish the airbrush is giving me, is really making me think of just like the classic green army men from when when I was a kid. How long did it take you to appease the machine spirit of the holy pneumatic paint atomizer? It's taken me a bit. I don't think I've fully appeased the machine spirit yet. It's complying. um, it turns out there's no such thing as making the paint too thin, or at least you'd have to work pretty hard to fuck that up. So it's pretty thin at the moment. The machine spirit is content. Man, my hand is so green. I reckon there's more paint on my fingers than there is on the minis. My finger is getting a bit sore just from holding the trigger though. So I'm gonna have to start holding the trigger with a different part of my finger. I was doing this, I think we're just gonna do this now. Need to find a different position. Oop. I was focusing too hard on how to hold the mini with, or the spray gun with my right hand that I just let go of the mini with my left. Actually, maybe I should just use my thumb. That way I still have a bit of control. Yeah, okay, we've got a new position. Yeah, now I can see that it looks like I'm getting the air running back into the microphone again, so I'm gonna just tilt it a little bit outwards, just with my nose there. Because the microphone is right next to my face right now. Hopefully this new angle isn't as bad. Hello, hey Skyscraper, welcome back. Still haven't gotten your main account back, I see. Main is still not working. Yeah, let's just clear the nozzle again, because it just started going a bit slower, so finger over the end, run the pressure, and then pull back. And then jet it out. And we're back in business. What Dark Angels am I building? This is an Infernus squad. So yeah, this is the Infernus squad from the Leviathan box set. If you mean what chapter? I don't know. I am not that knowledgeable yet. At the moment, I'm just base coding them, and we'll make it up as we go. You can see this one, the shoulder is kind of separating. Oh, hang on, let's get this back in focus. Come on. Come on. There we are. You can see the shoulders starting to separate. So I'm probably going to need to click that back in at some point. Actually, I can probably just lift his arm up. I'm using spray paint. Yeah, I got an airbrush over the weekend, and so I spent the weekend trying to get that set up and working, which is why I wasn't streaming on Saturday or Sunday. And yeah, so now it's just a bit of experimenting, figuring out how to use it. So this is good fun. Makes my life a bit easier. Really speeds up doing the large groups of models like this. Where do you buy them? So the spray gun I got off Amazon. I had some issues because I got it. Turns out when it arrived, I realized it was an American make, and all American appliances run on 110 to 120 volt. But here in Australia, our whole power grid is 220. So if I just plugged it in and ran it as is, then I would have just destroyed it. So I needed to go and find a voltage transformer that could step it down, like a transformer that could step our voltage down so that it wouldn't just fry the air compressor. So that was fun. But we got there, and we're working now. Expensive. It was expensive, yeah. 220, the fun voltage, the very fun voltage. That's the voltage where you can put the fork in the power socket and kill the person standing next to you. It's the really cool one. Gotta clear the nozzle again. I don't know if you can hear it. It makes such a fun noise when I clear the I clear the nozzle. Hang on, just to see if it activates when I do it. No, you guys aren't hearing it, man. Okay, I'm gonna put it near the mic when I do it. It's so cool. Swarm Lord, hey, how you going? Oh, and I think I got a bit carried away and there's not much actually left in the chamber now. Let's just see if we can get this flowing again. I think I fucked around a little bit too much and I don't have much airflow. Let's just see if we can get this going again. There we are. It's needed a little bit of flow improver in there and we're back in business. Ish. Are we back in business? I'm not sure. No, we've lost it again. Okay, man. This is a learning experience. Okay, we're going up to 30 PSI, just seeing if we can blast this out. So, is the paint normal paint that you buy at the Warhammer shop? I am currently using Citadel paint, yes. I have thinned it down a lot, but it is... I think that's part of the reason why I'm having so many issues, is because the paint that I'm using is so thick. Gotta go, you're also painting? Alright, see you later, have fun. But yeah, airbrush paints generally are a lot thinner. I've just got colors that I want to use. That are my standard Games Workshop paints. Man, this is... The machine spirit is not happy. Like, it's, the paint's coming out. Just not particularly quickly. Hang on, actually. I'm just gonna take the nozzle off, see if there's anything actually blocked in here. Seems pretty clear here. Ow. I wonder if the needle has just slipped a bit too far forwards, perhaps. Is it at the back here, where I can back off the needle? Loosen this a little bit, maybe. Cosplaying an orc with those fingers. Yeah, I'm pretty green at the moment. Just see if we can get this to flow. There we are. Okay, we're looking good now. Yeah, I think I just needed to back off the needle a little bit. Now I can turn the pressure down again now as well, so that I'm not getting paint absolutely everywhere. There we are, pulled it back from 30 down to 20. Yeah, cool. We're back in business. This is a very fun learning experience of seeing how to make the paint flow through the airbrush and keep it flowing, because it goes well for a bit and then it blocks up. Okay, this one's just about good, I reckon. Just get his fingers and then the power pack. And he can go and join his friends. Put him over here. Actually, his foot's not quite green, so we'll get that. There we are. And so, this is the last one. You're doing 10 Ravenwing Infiltrators, 2 Invictus suits, and a squad of Suppressors. Wow, okay. Got your work cut out for you. Working on some Conflict 47 zombies and tanks. Right, so, did you end up getting through all of the mummies, Tiki? Because I remember you were doing the, you'd gotten to the eyes, at the end of, or near the end of your, Sunday stream there. So was that the last of the mummies? Alright. That's the base coat for all of these dudes done. So, what I'm going to do now is, need to adjust my mask, getting a bit uncomfortable, but I don't want to take it off because there's paint particles flying around everywhere. Let's clear out leftover paint there. I reckon I'll just soak up a bunch of the excess with this tissue here. And then for any leftover, we'll just get some flow improver in the brush itself. Just a bit of that in there. And we'll just run that through, clear out what we've got left in the chamber. And that's probably looking pretty good. Mostly clear. And now we can get our next green that we're going to use for volumetric highlighting. And I'm not going to get rid of all of the remaining flow improver and everything in here, because I'm happy to mix it with this this angel green here. And since it's pretty smooth already, or pretty thin already, because it's a Vallejo color, and Vallejo colors are very, very nice, I'm just going to drop this straight into the chamber. Just like that. And then I'm just going to give it a quick mix through. And what are we looking like? Getting some paint flow? We are. Awesome. I'm going to step the pressure back a little bit. Down to about 15 psi. And is this one dry? He is. So let's zoom this in. And what we're going to do is we're just going to go for some volumetric highlights on the round parts. So like on the raised part of the shoulder there. So I'm just going to just point straight at it and just see if we can introduce just a little bit. I'm not sure if I'm actually getting any paint flow. It's hard to tell. Oh, yeah, we are. It's not super noticeable, so I might actually... I guess that's also because the paint kind of is flowing but isn't flowing. One thing I'm finding is I don't really have a huge amount of control over the paint flow. I think I need to step the needle back again a little bit. So just pull it back a little bit. Because I find I'm not really getting paint flow until I've pulled the lever back all the way, which isn't what we really want. A bit of a learning experience. Trying to get the right balance on my my brush here. So it's not really behaving quite the way I want it to. Yeah, I'm not really getting any paint flow until I've pulled the lever all the way back. I think... need to fiddle around a little bit. Oh. Whoops. There we are. So, as it stands currently, I think if I just... I've taken the back off my brush, I'm just going to back this off a little bit. Oh, that's a bit much. So just pull the pin back a smidge. Oh, that's more than a smidge. Actually, I'll take the nozzle off as well so I can see where the needle is sitting. Oh, there's a bit of paint blocking that as well, so you can clear that. But we'll just pull the needle back a tiny bit, tap the needle. I need to loosen this a little bit. Oh, I think it sent it a bit far. Let's give this a shot. Oh, whoops, I need to put the nozzle on first. That'll be a good idea. Let's tighten this up. That's a lot better, yeah. Cool, so we can tighten this. Put the back on. Blood for the blood god. I am not spilling blood today. That is not happening. If I manage to spill blood in a stream where I am not using blades, I will be like, at that point I am just I'm speechless. That would I don't know what to say. That would be unbelievably embarrassing. There we are, that's good. Now we can actually see that I'm getting these highlights. That's what we want. A little bit of the lighter green just on these raised sections. Have I managed to block the nozzle again? Get a little bit more flow improver in there. Whizzle that around. Oh no, I need to adjust it some more because I'm still getting paint flow even when the needle isn't depressed. Well, even when I'm not doing the Man, this is such a fine balancing game. Because I'm not opening the chamber at the moment, but I'm still getting paint coming through. Just tiny bits of it. Is this a vegan-friendly channel? No comment. Just give a little bit of a highlight on the top of the head there. He's starting to look more like a salamander than a dark angel, but I think when this dries, it'll darken a bit. And then I'll be able to sort of make him look more like a dark angel as we come back through with the weathering and everything. Get this in focus, please, camera. Hello? There we are. Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to tell when I'm actually getting the right amount of paint on it. Because I feel like my camera picks up the changes in color a lot better than my own eyes do. So I'm kind of like spraying and then watching my OBS feed to see how much it brightens up. Obviously, we consume corpse starch around here. Now, would corpse starch be vegan? Is cannibalism vegan? Because, like, you're not harming animals there, you're harming other people. Come on, get in focus, please. There we are. Now stay in focus as I move away from the camera, please. Thank you. There we are. $100-watt clear incandescent bulbs are the answer. Corpsage is most certainly not vegan, okay? I mean, it's worth asking. Yeah, with the way that I've got the pin or the needle currently positioned, my twin action spray gun is currently just a single action spray gun because it's just when I tap the air pressure, it sprays rather than when I tap and pull. But I can't be bothered to fiddle around with it because it's at a point where I can just tap it and get the little highlights that I want. I don't want to mess around with it too much. I'll figure it out at another point. Okay, I think the best way for me to keep this in focus is just to have my hand against the wet palette, or against the texture palette, because that's where the camera seems to want to focus. Yeah, I don't know how much you guys can see changing here, but I'm basically just tapping the trigger. Just trying to build up these little highlights. I've got 3 more just to get these little highlights on. Okay. So, I think that's... Oh! Just accidentally dropped him. I think I've done this one. I can't tell. It's not good that I can't tell if I've done it or not. That means that what I've just done is useless. Since I can't tell, I'm gonna do it again. There we go. If I hadn't done it before, I'd just certainly have now. Oh, cool. Got a Phobos lieutenant on the sprue too. Righto. Okay, so we've base coated all these dudes. Let's have a look now that they've dried. Is it noticeable? Maybe? Maybe it's noticeable. I think for the earlier ones, I kind of just dusted the whole lot. So it's not as noticeable, but as I went on, I think I got a bit more targeted. I'm gonna say it was worth it for the learning experience. Iron of the Spoon, hello. Welcome. I'm in the middle of learning how to use an airbrush, so this might be incredibly painful for you to watch. But yeah, for the time being at least, there is a lot of fiddling around with and not fully understanding how this thing works. Why are they green? Because I wanted them to be green, Willie. Aren't they supposed to be blue? No, so these are Dark Angels I'm doing, not Ultramarines. Airbrushes can be annoying. Yeah, I'm learning this the hard way. Like, I'm having fun with it, but it is painful. Like, look at this. I'm getting paint flowing through, even when I'm not pulling the trigger back. So I assume that means that the needle needs to be further forward. Let's see how we've done with this. Just yanking your chain. Yeah, Black Templars. Okay. Yeah, no, Okay, we got almost there now. There's supposed to be green spiked up. I'm wearing a chaos marking. Okay, okay. To each their own. Not gonna be abiding by a huge amount of heresy in this stream. Maybe when we're building our 1,000 Suns, I'll let that one slide. Okay, how are we looking now? Not getting any paint flowing through on the regular pull now. What about when I pull the trigger back? Yes. Okay, I've got it. I've found the optimal position. Also, have any inks? They're fantastic to use in an airbrush. No, no inks at the moment. I've only got acrylics. I think I've got enough paints to last me several lifetimes. So I don't think I need to invest in any new ones for a little bit at least. But, okay. This is clear. Gonna get rid of the excess now. Clean this out and then run some bloody flow improver through to clear out the chute or the chamber. I'll turn the pressure up. Uh, 30 psi there, just really blast it through. There, it's starting to clear up now. Yeah, we're looking good now. Cool. So, since I now have actual control over how much paint is going to come through, gonna just clear out all this remaining flow improver. And let's mix up some actual highlights, because what I was just doing didn't seem to be all that effective. So I'm gonna shake up some Warpstone Glow. Unfortunately, it's a Citadel paint. It is unbelievably thick, so we're gonna need to thin the shit out of this. Just a dollop of that in there. And let's get our airbrush thinner. And just load that up. I'm using probably more thinner than paint here, just because this Citadel stuff is just such a nightmare to work with in the airbrush. Alright, this should be plenty just for the little highlights that we're going to be doing. So, let's step our pressure back down to about 15 psi. And let's just see if we can get some really fine highlights going. Actually, I'm going to pull it back down to 10 psi, honestly. Just to avoid any spider webbing, because it's quite thin. And we're just going to get our really bright points here. Might zoom this in a little bit more just so that you can see what I'm doing. Yeah, I think I'm getting a bit more of a feel for how the airbrush works. It's still a bit of a pain to get used to. And I think the gradients that I'm getting are very subtle. But I'm happy for this to be more of a learning experience for me than anything. So yeah, this is less of a watch as I build a bunch of really awesome looking Dark Angels stream, and more of a watch me figure out what the fuck I'm doing with this airbrush stream. Yeah, I will say I am definitely enjoying the process of just building up layers. So don't plan on exclusively using the airbrush to paint the Dark Angels, but I think that it's definitely a very fun tool to figure out how to use to do things like my base coats and getting these nice sort of highlights just with the like these nice volumetric highlights. I think very fun to figure out how to do with the airbrush. Need to clean the tip, I think. Yeah, there's a not sure how visible that is. There's a little lump on the end of it. I think that's blocking it all off. Yeah, there we are, we're back. Blood for the Blood God. What is with these frequent calls for Blood for the Blood God? I'm not cutting myself, Francois. Is that just gonna be my identity now? I am the Warhammer streamer who cuts himself on stream. Gonna poke yourself on that needle eventually. I sure hope not. But look, if if my stream just becomes like a hotbed of corn cultists because of how frequently I spill blood on stream, then I guess that's my fate. The thing is, with how much you keep saying I'm gonna poke myself on that needle, I'm scared that I actually will now. You'll just will it into happening. Okay, now I'm sort of becoming more and more happy to go on quite heavy with these highlights. Because you can see that as they dry over here, they do sort of fall back quite a bit. So I can afford to go on a bit heavier just to really make them pop. I think the needle's a bit blocked again, so I'll just finish this dude and then I'll come back through and clean the needle up again. Real blood never looked bad on a 40k model, just saying. Look, I feel like there have to be some kind of rules against that for the 40k tabletop. Like, surely a model with real blood on it is not legal to go on the table. Oh, unless you varnish over it. Then it's safe to touch, right? Okay, let's get the crap off the end of the needle again. Yep, again, there's a bit of build-up. You might have used your blood on a model once. What are these admissions? What has happened to my stream? Just become a hotbed for corn cultists. Oh, that's stretching Dark Angels into Salamanders. Yeah, so I'm gonna come back through at the end and then pull these dudes back a bit with washers and some weathering and try to make them look more like Dark Angels, because they are getting a bit bright. But we can always come through at the end and sort of pull them back. It's always easier to go darker.
Blood for the blood god. Stop! Look, I'm a Tzeentch worshipper, not a Khorne worshipper. We can't be having these, like, we can't be having these heretical chants here. I might have said blood on a word bearer, Freda, for a tomb written in blood. Jesus. Stop, you're giving me ideas. I'm genuinely curious about what it would be like to paint a mini in blood now. Can just varnish over the top and then it's not like a hazard or anything. You can send a pic of him. Sure. I don't know how we're gonna do this, but that would be quite interesting to see. Well, if Khorne cares not where the blood flows, then neither do I. I'm pretty sure Khorne kind of cares from where the blood flows. Like, not a whole lot, but just like enough. Like, he has preferences. Ayo, what nozzle size and PSI am I using? I'm currently running 15 PSI. I have no idea what nozzle size this is, because this is what the gun came with. And the other ones that it came, like, this is what came in the gun. And the other ones that it had was a 0.2 and a 0.5, so I'm assuming this is probably around a 0.3. Looking great so far, thank you. I'm very new to this whole airbrushing thing, so it's a bit of an experience. Preferences, sure, but it's all good to him. Yeah, I guess. I think the nozzle's starting to block up a little bit again, so I'll do this guy and then we'll come back through and clean off the needle again. It's not actually a huge amount of build up this time round. Holy Pog. Hello, Ashley, how you going? Or Ash, I guess. Sorry, but yeah, how you going, Ash? Did you Dark Angels with a cream right pauldron? Okay, interesting, yeah. I'm not 100% what I want to do these guys in. So once I get all this base layer sprayed on, and we come back through with a brush, we'll see what we want to do with it after that. Hey, cool. I reckon that's probably good for our airbrushing for the most part now. I'll zoom that out. We'll empty the excess. Get another tissue. Clean out the well. Little bit of flow improver in here. More of a 3rd edition scheme. Righto. I'm not super tapped into how the like what all the different schemes are. Right here, we'll just push this up to 30 psi, and we'll get this guy out of the way, and then we'll just spray out the flow improver, just clean out the nozzle of the brush. Just run that reverse. And then keep spraying this out onto the texture palette there. Yeah, so what I'm thinking we will be doing is, while I spray this out, I think we're going to come back through. Honestly, I have no clue. I was so preoccupied with just doing the airbrushing that I didn't really think about what I was going to do with the rest of the scheme. Do we have any suggestions for what we can do for the Dark Angels? What other colors we can implement? Because so far I've just thought about the main green and then weathering it with some Rhinoxide, but I really haven't thought about what other accent colors to do and all that sort of thing. So I think the cream could be really cool. And what kind of metallics do we want to do the equipment in? I just posted it on your story on Instagram. You can send it via link. So, one sec. I'll see if I can mod you so that you can post the link. You'd say gold for the metallics? Because I am going for more of a, not necessarily grimdark, but more of a weathered look. So I'm wondering how gold do we want to go? I think the gold would definitely go well with the cream. One sec, I think we've just almost got all the flow improver out of the brush here. Just turn this upside down. Black pauldron trim, brown leather, red weapons is pretty standard. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Might actually just quickly get some clean water. Oh, that was definitely not clean water because of the eyedropper. One sec. Just a little bit of clean water through it. And not on my desk. What company am I thinking? I have no idea. Yeah, I'm thinking of just making it up as I go along. But I think the brush is pretty much clear now. So I'll just turn my compressor off. And get another tissue in the well there. Just clean this out. Just want to make sure this is nice and clean before I set it aside so that we don't get any nasty stuff drying in it. Because that would not be cool. Dark Angels is not codex compliant that way. Yeah. I guess in that way, I guess it's nice that I can just make up whatever I want and hey, they're Dark Angels, not codex compliant. I don't care. They're Dark Angels. Like Black Templars, they can't read the codex. If you can't read the codex, you can't get told off for not complying. Company markings are on a knee pad. Oh yeah, that's one thing. Once I get to the point where I'm doing transfers, I will need some guidance because I have no idea how Space Marine heraldry works. Okay. So, we are done with the airbrushing for the time being, so let's banish the box. These dudes can be freed from the spray box. One sec. I thought they were mostly codex compliant. As far as anyone's concerned, sure. If anyone asks questions, they are. But yeah, 1 second. I'm just gonna walk away from the computer for a second while I find a spot to put the spray box. Wait, how long do you think he notices till his stream is down? Is my stream down? Hello? Is my stream down? Why? Wait, no it's not. Am I being gaslit right now? Yeah, okay. I refreshed and it, Okay. What is going on here? Okay, I will be right back. One sec. Alright, sorry, I am back. Cool. So. I'll clean out this water glass and then we will get back into it. Alright, I'm going to keep the mask on for the time being because there's still probably a lot of paint floating around. But now we can get to actually painting. So, if we are going to do cream, is it cream right pauldron, did you say? Just gonna actually pull up on a on my second monitor. Archangel. Let's just get some references. It's all over the place. They are truly non-compliant. So that means I have freedom to do whatever the fuck I want. Let's go. Okay. That being the case. For the cream, let's get Screaming Skull and a Shabti Bone. For the blacks, let's run with, we'll have Abaddon and Corvus Black. I'm not sure which one we'll run with. Corvus is a bit of a nicer black because it's not just pitch black, it's got a bit of blue to it, so we'll probably end up using that one. We've got our Rhinox hide, wherever I put that, over here for weathering. As far as shades go, we've got Agrax Earthshade and Nuln Oil. Not sure what we'll do, but just have them at the ready. You'd say Corvus? Yeah, Corvus Black is a really nice one. As for metallics, I am a really big fan of Hashet Copper, so I'll probably use that for the golds because I think it's really nice. Rune Lord Brass is also pretty cool. I'm not sure which one I'll go with there. But I reckon that should be enough to keep us going for a bit at least. So, let's set our greens off to the side. Brian Oxide there. And let's get painting. Use Retributor Gold. Yeah, I've got Retributor Gold. I'm not a huge fan of it myself. Just, I don't really like the way the pigments clump together. I feel like it's... I feel like what it is it's a gold that has a lot of... It paints like a white paint. Like, the pigment really clumps, at least when I've used it. It's kind of like the difference for me between using Leadbelcher and Ironbreaker. Is Leadbelcher goes really smoothly, but Ironbreaker just feels like Leadbelcher with white in it. It's a similar sort of thing that I get with Retributor Gold versus something like Hashet Copper or Rune Lord Brass. Let's start off with some Ushabti Bone for the for one of the shoulder plates. And any recommendations on things to do to distinguish the captain from the rest of the squad? Oh, brown first, then bone. Oh, good point, actually. Yeah, actually, that's a very good idea. Thank you. Just give it that good layer underneath. Yeah, because otherwise I'd get the green showing through. Thank you. Oh. Probably way too much paint that I've just put on the palette. Okay. So, just need to find an angle to sit down properly at because I've got this air compressor under my desk that's sort of blocking me off. I'm gonna say right pauldron because I'm not a huge fan of how the paint's dried. So that's how that's how we've decided that they're all gonna be right pauldron. So just thin out some rhinoxide. Oh, actually, that'd be really nice because then we start out with the rhinoxide, and then we go bone over the top, and then we can Oh, actually, we might be able to sponge the bone over the top. You give it a really, really weathered look. Zoom this in a little bit. Maybe thin this out a teeny bit more. Then Agrax, then highlight. Yeah, the way Agrax goes over the Shabdi bone is really nice. That's how I've done all of my all the skulls on my on bases where I have used skulls. It looks so nice. Gonna move the microphone a little bit because it's oh, sorry about that. That was a funny noise. It's a bit off center. Alright, cool. That's one down. Do the others. And let's find where is our captain. We'll set the captain aside on the elsewhere so that we don't accidentally do him in the same way that we're doing the others. Oh, accidentally got a bit on the power pack there. Should be fine though. And just say that it's a bit of weathering because I'll come through with the Rhinox hide later on anyway with the sponge to weather things. So any little mistakes shouldn't be too bad. Man, why is the camera so dark? I think I'm just too close to it and so it's freaking out and darkening everything. Will I get in focus? There we are. Oh, that looks really smooth. I'm quite happy with that one. Just clean the brush and re-wet it. Started to dry out a little bit. And this is the one where the half of the shoulder trim is part of a different section of it. So I'll need to see if I can just readjust it so that it sits more nicely. Just adjust that a little bit, just pinch it together. There we are. Sitting a bit better at least. Yeah, the camera is making the brown shoulder pad look incredibly dark, but it's actually not that dark. It's pretty, yeah, it's significantly lighter than what it looks like on camera. So it should show through the bone really nicely. Oh, this is another one of the ones where the trim of the shoulder pad is part of a different part, so I just need to inch that up a bit. Hope it sits a bit more nicely. There we are. It's a bit better. Yeah, I can see why people like Space Marines. They're really fun to paint. I don't know what it is. It's just... I think it's just the really nice, round, smooth surfaces. It's so good. Just satisfying. Compared to, like, the Necrons, it's all this fiddly shit. Like, I like Necrons, but man, they are a pain. A lot of Goldilocks parts to them, everything is big enough to easily apply paint, but not big enough to make coverage annoying. Yeah, I think that's... yeah. All the parts are just so nice. Also very obvious edges to make them easy to highlight. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You did black elbow pads and knee pads to break up the green a bit. Yeah, I might, we'll see how it looks as we go. Yeah, I'm tempted to, like, get into, or get milliput, or, like, some kind of, yeah, like, hobby putty, and try making tabards and stuff to, like, fully convert these guys into proper Dark Angels. That could be a fun exercise. Hello, Hunter. How you going? Welcome. Painting Dark Eldar right now, and you wish there is easier Space Marines to paint. Yeah, Eldar and Dark Eldar, well, Dark Eldar especially, I feel like they'd be a nightmare just because how small they are, and with all the little spikes and stuff. Yeah, we're really gonna thin down the paint for the Ushabti bone, going onto the shoulder pads here. Do that before painting, in your opinion? Oh, the elbow pads and all that. Yeah, it'd be easier to get to at least. But I'm not that smart. I'm and so, we're not gonna do it like that because I'm a fool. Man, okay, yeah, I forget how much you need to thin down the white paint to make it go easier. You need to really get a fair bit of water in there to avoid the brush marks. There we are, that looks a bit better. Oh, the robes, right, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can always come apart, because I haven't glued any of these bits together, so I can always just pop them back open and then put the robes on. But yeah, it might just be an exercise for some other ones that I get in the future. So for any future Space Marines, I might try that. Painting salamanders using speed paints, and you're saying they look unique for sure. What does that mean? As in just they're really bright? Man, I am always so bad with painting with white. I'm the worst at finding the right balance of thinning with white paints. I think this one should be better. Let's see how this goes. Nope. Bit too thick, I think. Definitely don't try to pull them apart. Yeah, don't need robes for the flamethrower guys. Guess it makes sense that the flamethrower guys would be the ones that aren't wearing the robes. White is always a pain. Yeah, I feel like every time I'm like, okay, I've learnt since last time I've painted with white, I know how to do this. And then I put down the first few strokes and I just want to cry. Alright. I'm not going to try to be too clean with it, because I'm going to dirty it up anyway. I reckon what we'll do We'll get it as nice as we can. And we'll move on to the others. And then we can maybe come back once it's dried with a thinner coat. Because I'm gonna go over it with, I'm gonna sponge some Rhinox hide on top of it anyway. So any unevenness in the coat, because you can see there's like some really nasty speckliness going on there. Any unevenness in the coat should hopefully not be that noticeable when I come back through with the Rhinox hide. But just looking at how nice and smooth that brown coat is and knowing what I'm about to do to it is painful. Mornfang Brown, I don't have that one, unfortunately. But, is it lighter or darker than Rhinox? I assume it's probably lighter. Because I can always just mix it up with some of my other paints. Probably just blend the Rhinox with a little bit of Ushabti Bone or Screaming Skull. Just get it in the same color range. Lighter, yeah. Okay, now let's see if we can get some smooth strokes across this. Let's clean this up a bit. Well, I think the trick might be actually to work thicker rather than thinner. But it's a bit scary with white as well because you go too thick with white, it looks horrible. Actually use a $1 craft paint that's a Mornfang equivalent. No reason to waste or to pay Games Workshop prices for undercoats. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, if it covers well and the color's right, that's all you need. Ah, shit. That one I managed to do a little bit better than the first one. Let's actually come back to the first one and just see if we can clean it up a bit. There we are, yeah, the second coat definitely makes it a lot nicer. Yeah, that's a lot better. You love this hobby? Yeah, it is very, very relaxing. Yeah, since I've seen that I can mostly salvage it with the second coat of white, I'm not going to be too fussed about getting it perfect on this first coat. Just going to get as much nice coverage as we can, but not try to get it perfectly even. We'll just let it dry and then come back through and fix it all up. Just want to get rid of the worst of the brush strokes. And avoid clumping where we can. That one's pretty good. We'll come back to it. Just clean our brush. And reload it and keep going. Hello, just learned about Warhammer getting ready to buy an introduction set. Got any tips for beginners? Never painted before, never built models? Um, as far as general tips go, I just would say there's nothing that's going to make you an instant pro. If you want to really focus on like doing the painting and stuff, or like if you're more focused on the painting rather than the tabletop thing, then just watch a bunch of video tutorials. Try to absorb as much of it as you can and just have fun with it. Because that's like one of the big things for me, is I was really nervous about ruining my first models. But like, it's really hard to ruin a mini. At the end of the day, it's just paint. As long as you haven't completely annihilated it with the knife while you're carving it out, or getting it off the sprues on the sheet when you first get it. As long as you haven't completely ruined it there, it's pretty hard to make a mess of it. Big one would just be thin your paints. And as long as you don't use avoid using the paints straight out of the pot. So make yourself a wet palette and just thin them down a bit. It'll make your paints go further and it'll make them a lot smoother. And other than that, just have fun with it. But yeah, I'd say the number one tip that you'll get from anyone in the mini painting community is thin your paints. That will make the biggest difference, like across the board. But you said you're looking at getting a beginner set. Yeah, pick what you love no matter how challenging it might seem. It'll make a huge difference. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, yeah, is you're looking at getting a beginner set, but what minis or what factions were you interested in? Because yeah, that's a big thing, is there's no point in painting if you're not enjoying it. So you want to make sure you're painting things that you like. I'll come through and do the second coat of white on this one because it's dried. The name of the game is TDM, so you better love it. That's it. Yeah, because I will say it now, like the very first minis that I painted were some Tau stealth suits. And they're not big models, they're not complicated models, but they took me hours. Like many, many hours. And so like, if the first models that you're painting you're not interested in, then it's gonna be a boring several hours to get a result that you're not super into. Still getting into the lore, really like the Dark Templars, but decided to get the Ultramarine set with the Tyranids so that you don't get too ahead of yourself. Yeah, well, so the Ultramarine set, you don't have to paint them as Ultramarines unless it's the paints that come with them. And you just want to use whatever paints it gets you started off with. But you can absolutely do that Ultramarine set. You can just paint them as Black Templars if that's what you want to do. And yeah, as Francois just said, you can use the models as any faction you like. Yeah, because so for example, these Marines that I'm painting right now, I'm painting them as Dark Angels, but they came from the Leviathan box set, which technically these are Ultramarines, but I've decided I don't like Ultramarines. I don't want to paint Ultramarines. I'm painting Dark Angels instead. So just do whatever you want. It's a very freeing hobby. Each faction does have some of their own dedicated stylized Space Marines, and you can find those specific ones, but a lot of the basic Marines are shared across the different factions. Yeah, also, other really fun things to think about are... So, like, you can paint with a brush. Painting with a brush is great. It's pretty much the foundation of most mini painting. It's a lot of fun. You can get really good control. But there's lots of other really fun things you can do as well. Like a YouTuber called Travarion Miniatures has a thing that I really liked, which was his grimdark style of painting. Mostly involves using a sponge. And you can get some really cool finishes with it. And I did that it was either last week or the week before when I painted a croc. And it's a really fun, simple way to get a really cool, realistic, sort of gritty looking finish on a mini. So just look around, yeah. Also, do I have one of these stand-up big magnifying glasses to look through? No, I do not. I am just right here, just looking straight at it. Like, I would say one of the big things is, yeah, a sponge. So he'd essentially load up paint on the sponge, and then he'd just dab it on the model to build up layers of paint, and it gives a really speckly, uneven finish to make it look like the model's really weathered. Yeah, it's really cool. If you can find him on YouTube and watch the video, he's actually, I think he did a video showing how he did some Black Templars with it as well. It's Travarion. Or foam, I believe he used like the, he cut a section out of a kitchen sponge. So it was like the foam sponge. But yeah. Like, yeah, so it's interesting. But yeah, I'm not using a magnifying glass or anything like that. What I would recommend doing is adjusting the height of your chair so that you can very easily rest both of your elbows on the desk in front of you and just hold the mini up almost at eye level. Sponges are too porous for the scale of a model, in your opinion? Yeah, I can see that. I think the reason it worked with the way that guy was doing it is because he wasn't really using it for detailing so much as building up a foundation. So he was going over and over and over again, and so he wanted that that sort of large spread of or that larger distribution of paint. You've seen it, you've seen it? Yeah, it's a cool style for a whole army. Think it works better in certain colors? Yeah, definitely. I really liked the results I got using it with green. I think it would definitely be a struggle to get certain finishes on it. G'day, hey Lael, how you going? You got super obsessed with Warhammer overnight. You've been listening to the audiobooks podcast and never realized it was so in-depth. Played Total War Warhammer where it came out originally. Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. I was on a university exchange overseas. I didn't have my computer to play games on, and I spent a lot of time on the train, and so I just spent so much time just listening to the lore. I just overnight became obsessed and ended up buying a bunch of models and paints. Yeah, what I would actually say, throwback to the question about tips. Keep an eye on your wallet. This hobby can get very expensive very fast. So pace yourself if you are... because it is very easy to just spend a lot of money on models and then just have them backed up. It's very relaxing. It seems like it is. It is very relaxing. But yeah, if you don't have self-control, you can end up spending a lot of money before you realize what's happened. You've heard someone said if you hate money and love plastic, this is for you. That's exactly it. Yeah, the amount of grey plastic that I have in my room right now is not funny. Also, you heard that also you just buy one kit and then paint it by the next kit. Yeah, don't be like me. Don't buy a kit and then see another kit and buy it, or you will end up with a room full of black plastic, also grey plastic. And you found a Warhammer store near you. Would it be better to order online or go in store? I really liked going in store. Going in store is awesome because you can go in, you can see what they have, you can look at the paints in person rather than just guessing online. And also, they often have displays showing like what other people have painted, and so you can look at the minis that other people have done and like get up close and see how they've done them and get ideas for how you can paint the minis that you want to do. So I would definitely recommend going in store. Also, the people there are generally really friendly and they're happy to help and give you ideas. Because like everyone in the hobby loves the hobby and they love sharing stuff about it. So 100% I would recommend going to the Warhammer store. Really do appreciate your advice. Been super stoked about this and haven't had anyone to share your excitement with. Mate, I fully understand. This stream is my only outlet where I get to talk about Warhammer with people, because none of my mates are into it, and I don't play the tabletop. I just like painting and I like the lore. So it's great for me just to be able to talk to people about this just on stream, so thank you. Have I played the game? No, I'm just in the painting side of things. Yeah, so like I'm not really fussed to try to build a whole army or anything, so I just sort of bounce around between all the different factions that I like and I just paint them up. And remember, it's a skill that requires practice and tools quality can matter some. Yeah, that's one of the big things, is even if you start out and you don't like the results you're getting, just focus on what you're like. If you just focus a lot on what you're doing and what's happening when you do it, like how you're moving the brush and what that's causing to happen, you just focus on how you're improving. Even if the results you don't like at first, you'll sort of find an appreciation for noticing how you're improving. And I think that was one of the really satisfying things for me when I got started out, was noticing what I was doing wrong and fixing it, or accidentally figuring out how to do something that I liked and then replicating it. And yeah, take care of your brushes. That's a very big thing. If you don't like one, can you just paint over it? If you thinned your paints down, then you can, to a degree. And if you really don't like how it's turned out, you can soak the mini in isopropyl alcohol and then wipe it away. But realistically, you shouldn't end up having to do that. So I would say just less is more most of the time. So just thin the paint down as best you can. Not so that it's runny and streaky, but just so that it's not really blobby. And then just take your time. Because yeah, there's lots of videos out there which sort of demonstrate how you can tell when the paint is the right sort of consistency. But one of the things that I found helped a lot early on was, as I was playing around with the paint and thinning it out, I would just paint it out on my fingernail and decide if I liked the way it went. So if it comes out nice and smoothly without blobbing up, then it's good. If not, then you just get a bit more water on the brush or get a bit of water out of the brush and just fiddle around until it's a consistency that you're happy with. Because I found that the fingernail has a very similar texture to a lot of the models. So if you demo it on your fingernail before you put the paint on the model, it can be quite helpful. So fingernail, got it. Yeah, it's really helpful. It feels a little silly, but it is really nice just to get an idea of how the paint applies. Use super glue, not plastic glue, for the first year. I started out with the plastic glue, and for the first couple of models that I made, it was a bit icky, because what the plastic glue does is it melts the plastic cement melts the plastic together. So if you apply too much of it, you can get this really nasty globbing happening. But I mean, I got the hang of it pretty quickly. So I'd say that's down to preference. But yeah, so plastic, what's the difference? Plastic glue, what it does is it reacts with the plastic of the model and causes it to melt. So you would apply it to a part of the mini and then push it into another part, and then those parts would fuse together. Whereas super glue, you're just putting an agent in between that holds them. So where plastic glue, you're making the two parts become one part. Super glue, you're putting an agent in between that sticks them together. You thought the pieces pushed together? It depends on the models. So a lot of the newer ones push together. So I believe the Space Marines in the starter set and the Tyranids in the starter set should all be push fit. Like these ones that I'm doing here are push fit, so they don't need to be glued. But there are some bits that where they don't fit super neatly, and for that you just want to use a tiny little bit of glue to make them fit. But for a lot of other models, a lot of other model kits, they don't glue, or they don't push together. They they'll have little cutouts, but no pins or plugs or anything like that. So you need to apply the glue and then just hold it in the cutout until it sticks. But for the ones you have, for the most part, you shouldn't need glue. Okay, I think that's all the shoulder pads done. I haven't actually done the captain. These are Dark Angels, not Salamanders. They look pretty bright for Dark Angels, but I'm going to come through later on with some shades to darken them down so that they're less sort of popping, like they're less vibrant. So yeah, I will pull these guys back a bit so that they are more like Dark Angels. So yeah, Francois, any suggestions for, well, I guess not just Francois, anyone in chat, any suggestions for what we could do to differentiate the captain from the rest of them? Will we just swap the shoulder pad, or will we do the helmet differently? I'm gonna take my mask off and sniff the air, see if it's still got that atomized paint floating around.
I can't smell it. I think we're good. I can get rid of this bloody mask. One sec. Oh, I'm free. Okay. Got a bit of a sore nose from how tight that fit was. Gold pauldron trim, we reckon. Okay. Sounds good. Well, let's get his pauldron done then. Oop. So we'll come back through with the rhinox hide first. You do yours with First Legion black helmets. Righto. Oh man, it's so good being able to breathe easily without the mask on. Feels so free right now. Just wanted to keep the mask on for a long while after I was airbrushing so that I didn't get any crap in my lungs. Just give all the atomized paint some time to settle. Dark Angels wore black armor after the Horus Heresy. Okay, makes sense. Okay. Man, that's such a smooth finish because of how nice and clean the base coat was. Yeah, the airbrush is so nice. I think Rhinox hide just applies really nice and evenly as well, which is cool. So your Dark Angels leadership, use it to denote it with rank. Okay, I see. Sort of, yeah, signifies that, like, their seniority. That's cool. Actually, while that dries, I'm actually going to come through and do the purity seals in the brown as well, so that I can come back over that later with my my white. That looks great, thank you. Yeah, I'll be coming back through, or coming back over the top of the brown with the white. We're just using the brown first to help pigment the white top coat. I don't know how many purity seals are on these things, so I'm bound to miss some of them. Okay, so there's on the back there. It might just be the one stamp of them. What do you mean pigment the white coat? So, because white, so one thing you'll find is that when you're painting, especially with lighter colors, they tend to show the color underneath them. So the color that's sitting underneath the layer you're putting on top will often show through, especially in the case of lighter colors. So since I'm putting white on them, I don't want the green to show through underneath. Instead, I want a more I want to have a slightly more brown look. It's not that noticeable, but in person I can see it a lot better than on the camera. But it just helps give a solid, even layer, and you don't get little bits of green peeking through. You did a beaky helmet with a white band painted, or with a white hand painted laurel on one side of one guy. Holy. Okay, that's that's some commitment. Yeah, I think it's just the one purity seal per guy, so let's go through and do all of them while the shoulder pad dries. Oh, I think it's just on the gun, is it? Oh, wait, no, there's one on the leg as well. Is there one on the leg of this guy? No, there isn't. Oh my, the purity seals are in different places for each of them. I have to find them. Damn it. Okay. There's one on the gun at least for this guy. Paint's dried a bit on my brush, so I'm just going to clean it off and then refill it. He's just the first sergeant of your first squad tactical marine of the 3rd company. It's a lot of effort to go through for just the first sergeant of your first squad tactical marine of the 3rd company. I am so bad at freehanding things. And a laurel isn't exactly a simple thing to freehand. Or maybe it is, I don't know. It's not simple for me. Is it bad? It's not bad, it's good. It's just I wouldn't like that's some high effort stuff right there. Do you have a graphic template for painting different symbols on the shoulder pads? Not gonna lie, Hensley, this is my first Space Marine set that I've done. Most of the other stuff that I've done has been Necrons, Tau, and Tyranids. So I haven't done any of that yet. Some people like to freehand them, but they do have stickers that you can do as well. They're sort of transfers, so you wet them and then move them across onto the model and smooth them out. That's what I'm going to be doing. I'm pretty sure I have some transfers in my room somewhere that I can find. But from what I have heard, getting the transfers to sit evenly on rounded surfaces can be a bit of a pain. So that'll be fun to play around with. I don't know if I'll get to that today, but we'll see how we go. Okay, cool. You don't think you have the ability to freehand something like that? Yeah, don't worry. I don't think I have that ability either. Francois is just built different. You don't need to worry about trying to freehand things unless that's a skill you want to learn. I think that'd be a really cool skill for me to learn, but I don't think I'm anywhere close to doing that. My brush control is not there yet. Okay, you've started with Chaos, then Orcs, Eldar, Nid, Space Marines, and Space Marines was the last one. Yeah, I feel like Space Marines have been like one of the, oh, you know, some grey on the gun. Did you use a sprayer for the green coat? I did. Remember what I was saying earlier about how you need to keep an eye on your wallet with this hobby? I am one of the example people that I used for people that don't have any self-control. I bought an airbrush and spent the weekend getting it set up, and so I sprayed on the top coat. So all the green I did with an airbrush. I'm really happy with how it turned out, but yeah, you don't need to do that. Brushing is absolutely fine, and you can get some really nice finishes with brushes. I just decided to get an airbrush because I am a freak, and I cannot control myself. Yeah, you have like 50k points of Space Marines. Okay, that's a lot of space. I forgot. I feel like we've had this discussion before, friends. So you have a lot of minis. I guess 30-something years of the hobby will do that to you. I'm sure I'll get there. You have a small spray, you think it's an airbrush, it's handheld and it hooks up to a little can of air, press the lever and it sprays the paint out. It might not be the sort of thing you want to use if it's like a little handheld air can. Probably not ideal to getting the super smooth coats. I'd recommend just seeing how it I'd recommend just seeing how it distributes paint, just with like put water or something in it first and just see how it looks. But generally the stuff that you use to get a proper like even coat on a mini involves a proper compressor. So the airbrush that I have under my desk, it looks like a bomb. It's not like, generally not super little handheld things, although I know that those are out there. I don't know how good the results with them are. You've traded up well on your hobby over the years. And it's a really cool concept to me. It's just the idea of like going in with paint, like showing up at a convention or something with painted minis and just trading them with other people. Like they're trading cards. Yeah, stick with brushes to start. That'll help. Maybe that'll help with learning how to paint better. Yeah, I definitely do recommend painting with brushes. Because you will use brushes, you cannot escape them, and they can give really nice results. You just have so much control with what you're doing. And like the better your brush control, the more you'll be able to do with all sorts of different things. Like the Space Marine I'm holding will be 20 points. I have no idea. I've never played the tabletop, so yeah. Francois, is it like 20 points per character or per squadron? I imagine it'd be per character, and you can have like different size squadrons. I keep having to spin the Marine all the way around a couple of times to make sure I haven't missed any purity seals on him. Already done that one. So what's the difference between using brown over black for the pigment? Brown is a bit redder than black, so it gives a bit more of a bit nicer of a tone to the white sort of parchmenty look for the purity seals or the the what am I even saying? Oh, the pauldrons up here. But yeah, just because brown is a little bit closer to the color that I want to appear over the top. One thing you will notice is, for example, base coating or priming. You'll have like the options between white primers and black primers, and that's the probably the biggest points of difference where you'll find, or biggest points where you'll be able to notice the differences between what your undercoat is or what your base coat is if you're doing really light colors like orange, or for example, if you wanted to paint Imperial Fists, that's probably the best example of the pigmenting effect of your undercoat. Is if you wanted to paint Imperial Fists, they're yellow, you would have a nightmare of a time trying to do Imperial Fists on top of a black base coat. It just would not work because yellow is a very, very thin pigment. So instead what you'd do is you'd do a white undercoat, and then you'd put the yellow over the top of that, because then it's by default a lot lighter, and that's when you could notice the most the color underneath shining through. Similar principle with using browns and blacks and all that sort of thing is you do see the color a little bit, even if you don't recognize the color as brown underneath or as black underneath. It just affects the undercoat, or it affects the final result of the top coat just that little bit. So yeah, where I could use a black for the undercoat here to darken it, by using a brown, we get a little bit of that redness showing through. It's not a precise art, but yeah. Is it just that one purity seal? What kind of paint is this? Enamel? No, this is all water-based, so it's easy to clean up. It dries nice and quickly. I don't have any enamels that I work with. Some people like working with them, but if just getting started out, just stick to water-based. It's so much easier. Just realized that I've spent all this time going through one by one on each of the minis doing the purity seals, and then I've realized that they have these leather packs on them as well, which I'm going to need to go back through and do. I should have just done them when I was going through and doing the brown on the purity seals. You have a feeling your first model will look like a child's painting. I'm probably going to focus on one at a time. Yeah, look, like I said, my first models were some Tau stealth suits. I just focused on one to begin with, and I just spent hours on it. Once I've finished doing these guys, I'll show you what my first models looked like. But they, look, it's all a learning experience. So like I would say, even if you get to the end of the first model and you don't like it, don't give up. Just keep working away at it. Because like, the model is only done when you say it is done. And the more time you spend painting and trying to make it look good, the more you'll learn about like what mistakes you're making or why things are turning out the way they are. Yeah, it's all just a process of trial and error. I may as well do the brown X while I'm at it. And also, I can guarantee that at first the brush will not do what you want it to do. Don't give up. While you're painting, imagine I have a design I'm looking at for reference. That would probably be good. This time I don't. My reference is Francois. He gave me a cool idea for the shoulder pad, but otherwise I'm just like, okay, this bit looks like it should be brown. When I painted my initial stealth suits, I did have the box of the stealth suits in front of me so that I could see which parts they had painted different colors. So that can always be helpful. You can never go wrong with a reference. Let's do this little pack here. Yeah, I'll just do this guy here, and then I'll show you the first mini that I had done. And I'll show you what paints I'd used for everything as well, so you can get an idea. With regards to the brown, it's not so much about making it pop, but it adds a bit of warmth. At least that's the way that I'd see it. Is the brown underneath just gives a little bit of warmth, where a black undercoat is quite neutral. Your wife's making fun of you for asking so many questions. Look, you got to do it right, and if you ask the questions now, it means you don't have to make the mistakes and find out the the answer for yourself while you're doing it. It's easier just to ask people who know. And like, if I'm being perfectly honest, there's probably no one who knows more than Francois here, so you should milk him for all his knowledge while you've got him. Do you use spray paint for the primer? Yeah, most primers will be spray paint. It's a lot easier to try to spray on the primer. You can get an even finish without having to worry about pooling, and it's just a lot faster. Alright, that's pretty good. While that dries, I'll go and grab the first mini that I'd done, so I can just sort of show you what I'd done. Okay, I'm back. So, where are we? One sec. Yeah, so it's painting your first mini, nothing to be scared of. So I can't remember, these three were the first guys that I had done. I can't remember which one specifically was the very first. They're a little dusty because they've been sitting on the shelf for a while. I don't know which was my first one. How sad is that? That should be like a fond memory for me. I think the first one was probably... let's say it was this one. Actually, no, it's probably the one with the really gross face. It's this one. I'm saying it was this one. I did all of these in like the same week anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. But basically, for these dudes here, I used 1, 2, 4, 5 different paints, I believe. Oh, plus Nuln oil over the top. But they're pretty patchy. You can see like places where it's pooled and all that sort of thing, but you don't need to worry about it too much. I think one of the big things that I had learnt from this was the main thing is when you're painting, do all of the really low-lying recessed bits first, because otherwise you will ruin your top coat frequently. So I ended up doing these bits last, and it was a nightmare. So if you have anything that's low-lying or recessed, I'd focus on that before you do everything up above, or you'll constantly be going back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, one moment. I will be right back. Hey, sorry about that. Just needed to grab a glass of water. So, let's get back to doing packs. So, yeah, we'll do all of the leather packs, and we'll do our guys' shoulder pad, our commander here. Get that white. And I guess we'll figure out where to go from there. So, I've done the packs for this man, so you can go over here. Done him. Haven't done this one. go here. Light gray should be fine for white, but brown for other colors has partially to do with how paint is made and how pigments work. Yeah. So I would imagine it's because one of the main things is, if you want it to be white, then you'd go light gray underneath, because then you're getting a nice neutral color, a neutral finish. But the reason that the reason, for example, that I've got brown underneath the white that I'm doing here is because I want it to be more of a cream, so I want that warmth. But if you're going for just a white, like what you'd see on Black Templars, then you would want more of a neutral grey underneath. Oh no, yucky. Accidentally got some paint in the wrong spot. We'll clean our brush off. And just with a wet brush, we'll just see if we can pick that up. Just clean that back. There we go, it's like it never happened. Saw nothing. Yeah, makes sense. Now you're following. Yeah, the big thing is basically the color that you put underneath will partially transmit through to what you put on top when you're working with light paints. So it really depends on what kind of finish you want. So the brown is really good for getting that warmth, but otherwise, if you don't want that warmth, then you just go for a gray, because like Francois was saying, gray covers a bit better than white because of how the pigments are made, or how the paint is made and how the pigments work. That's because gray basically is white paint, but it's got a bit of black in it, and black covers very, very well. And so you're just able to get a smoother finish, and then you can go over the top with some regular white paint, just with a bit less of it, and you can just brighten it all up. Are the models as fragile as they look? No, it's pretty sturdy. Like, hang on, I'll just put my mic here so you can hear me flicking on it. But like, okay, it's not picking up. But no, they're pretty robust. There are some really fiddly bits that you'd want to be careful with. But like for the most part, they're pretty good. Like, I think the most damage that I had done to one was just when I was dry brushing a Necron and I hadn't glued his head down properly, and so I accidentally just sent his head flying across the room and I had to find it in the carpet. But that wasn't, that was more of a failing of my gluing and less of a failing of the model itself. Because the model itself didn't break, it was just the seam gave. And like, even if you do manage to break one somehow, you can always just use plastic cement or super glue to put it back together, and no one will be the wiser. So after the brown, I'm applying what will I put over the top. So I'm doing some packs and holsters here. So I think I'll probably keep the brown as the final, or as the main color for these packs and holsters, because they're leather. But there are also these purity seals just on there as well. So those I'll be applying a white to, just to give them a sort of faded parchment look. And then I might just freehand some little scribbles on them at the very end, just to make it look like they have things written on them. But the packs will mostly stay the same. I might add little bits of orange, or just like scuff them up a little bit to make them look worn. But for the most part, they'll remain the brown. Eckle. Hello, Draconis Noctis. How you going, John? Yeah, not too bad. Getting there. Okay, so you do dark brown, black wash, dark brown edge highlighting, light brown, lesser highlights. Yeah, so for Black Templars, you might actually find that doing the really bright edge highlights with with something like a light grey would actually make them really pop, because then you'd get the effect of like the light bouncing off the edge of the black armor. because you might find that doing edge highlights in brown when your main color is black just won't be that visible. Is working with black as a main color can be a bit fiddly, and you might find that the best way to get your highlights is with contrasting colors rather than something very similar to the base color. Yeah, so you'll find that the lighter the highlight, the more harsh it is and the more noticeable. Oh, okay, right, but he was talking about your leather pouches. Right. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, yeah. Yeah, so dark brown, then yeah, black wash, dark brown edge highlights, light brown lesser highlights. Okay, yeah, sorry, makes sense. I got confused. I thought that was Hensley sending that, and he was talking about his Templars again. No, but yeah, that makes sense for the pouches. I'm wondering if I'd use the brown to give them a more aged look, but you said orange and white. Yeah, no, yeah, orange, rather than orange, probably just a lighter brown would work. I like could probably do some like scratches or that sort of thing in white, just to sort of show scuffs and that sort of thing. But yeah. What do you mean by edge highlighting? Just like paint on the edge section? Yeah, one sec. So, since I've got them here, these are from the minis that I painted. The first minis I painted is the one where I have a good edge highlight here. So, for example, on this stealth suit, its main color is red, but then you can see just along the top edge there, I've gone through with a slightly lighter red, just to really pick it out. Give it a bit of definition. That's what we mean by edge highlighting, because you can see it sort of mimics the way the light bounces off the edge, because you can see this white edge is actually where my lamp is bouncing off it, and in that same spot, if I tilt it away, you can see that I've got a red edge highlight there to simulate that. So you can see right where all of the where my lamp is actually catching the edges of the model, I've done these edge highlights. So it's a pretty simple, but honestly tedious, and it's a skill to learn, but it's a pretty simple way to build up interest on the model. Just go up to cream on leather.
How long have I been painting them? So I started working on these guys today. So because I had primed them all yesterday. And so I've been painting these dudes for 4 hours and 8 minutes now, looking at it. Been going for quite a while, actually. So I reckon, just looking at the time now, I reckon once we finish these leather pouches, and I've got, well, yeah, I reckon what I'll do is I'll finish the leather pouches, and then I'll make the shoulder pad of the captain white, and then I might call it for the day there, because I didn't realize where the time had got, how much time had gotten away from me here. I was too focused on all these little details. Yeah, for leather, you do dark brown, black wash, dark brown, light brown, edge highlights, cream for cracks. Righto, yeah. Makes sense. I will keep that in mind. Yeah, starting to get a little bit tired now. It's been going for so long at it. That's one of the things for me is it always takes it out of me when I'm just sitting here just doing the same little detail time and time again. That's when it starts to drain away at you. It's really nice when you're doing the main, like the top coats and everything, because you just see so much paint going on and it's like, oh yes. But then you get to this and it's just, okay, that's one pouch done. Next pouch. How many more minis to go? 8. But it's worth it. You get to the end and it's really nice. Oh, whoops, that was out of focus. Well, that was not out of focus, that was just completely out of shot. Whoops. Almost a Sisyphean effort. Yeah, it look, it may as well be, given how much how many minis I have unpainted. I finish painting these dudes, and then I turn around and the boulder just rolls down the hill because I just see the boxes on boxes of unpainted models. At least there's no end. Well, at least there's an end to the minis. There isn't an end to the minis. There is no end to the minis. There's always more minis.
Well, there's always one option. I don't know what that option is, but it doesn't sound good. What is this option? Sacrifice them. They're not going in the soup. Enough parts have gone into the soup. The soup is sealed. I am not... Not a good throwback. Not a fan. We don't talk about the soup. You have weak will. I don't think there's no willpower required to not throw them in the soup. Like, keeping them out of the soup is the default position. Ten infiltrators assembled, Invictus primed. Nice. Yeah, the assembly takes a long time, doesn't it? Just bugging away at it. Need a little more Nurgle in my life. What do you mean by that? As covered before, this is not a place for the other Chaos Gods. I am a worshipper of Tzeentch. If this becomes a a cult for Khorne worshippers, that's not a good look. We don't need any Nurglites in here. They stink. Is she cleaning mold lines? Yes. Yeah. I can't bring myself to like get rid of all the mold lines. It's so much work. I like when my minis look good, but I'm not that. I don't care that much. I probably should. Like when the mold lines are really bad, I get rid of them. But yeah, you are built different. Partial to Be'lakor just for trying. I mean, fair enough. Gotta give it to him. You gotta do it, but you don't drill barrels. Yeah, fair enough. Like, they have to pick a line. Like, there's a line that you need to choose a point to stop. You had to choose from the four gods, though. You Tzeentch all the way. Look, Tzeentch is the best Chaos God. He's like the only Chaos God who will actively fuck with his own worshippers because it's funny. Like, you could be the most devout follower of Tzeentch, and then he'll just turn you into a Chaos Spawn because he felt like it. The airbrushing turned out really, really well. Yeah, thank you. It's nice. A good alternative just to manually brushing everything out. You get a really nice smooth finish. They did end up looking a bit like salamanders, but we'll fix that later on. Hey, we'll pop him down here. Well, Captain's got 2 satchels on his back. Incredible. Black leather also works on many colors of marines. Yeah, I could see that. I feel like it'd work best on marines where you're going for a brighter finish. So something like fists or salamanders, maybe. Imagine shipping is very costly for Australia, but Anvil Industries, Victoria Miniatures, and Mad Robot Minis always have great bits, perfect for adding cloaks and heads for that Dark Angels feel. Yeah, a lot of things, it does get a bit expensive to ship things out here, unfortunately. But there's also a lot of Australian makers that I could probably find some little bits and pieces for. But yeah, I'll probably check those guys out, see if I can find anything. I have also got some milliput coming out, so I'll be able to at least play around with making my own tabards and that sort of thing. Okay. So then we'll do his sheath as well, just here. Cool. So, it's all our leather bits done. So now we'll just come back through for the cream on his shoulder pad. And then we'll go through and do the cream on all of the purity seals. So I'll probably do the first coat on his shoulder pad, then I'll go through and do the purity seals, then we'll come back and finish his shoulder pad with the second coat. Ah, it's been too long. I've already forgotten how to paint with with white. There we go, that's a bit better. Let me just spread this out. Yeah, don't need to get perfect coverage, because that'll all be fixed up in the second coat. Yeah, it doesn't need to be super smooth. Just needs to not be clumped. As long as we can avoid clumping, we should be right. Yeah, I reckon that's pretty good for a first coat. So we can go and do our purity seals now. I might actually use a smaller brush for them just because I want to do it right. Let's clean our big brush. And swap to something with a little bit more control. Yeah, that should be good. You recommend Agrex's Earthshade on the Pauldron and Purity Seals, then highlight them? Yeah, I will go over them with Agrax. I really like the way Agrax shows over the top of a Shabti bone. gives a really nice finish. Yeah, I reckon what we'll do is we'll get the purity seals all coated, finish his pauldron, put some earthshade over all the pauldrons, and then call it for the day. And then what we'll do next time is we'll do some transfers onto the pauldrons, and then we'll do some weathering over the top of them. And then we'll do like the Aquila and some of the details. We'll do metallics and all that sort of thing. See how we go from there. Oh, I accidentally rubbed a bit of white onto the top of his head. I'll have to clean that up at some point. This is why we pay attention to where your fingers are when you've got wet paint on the Mini. Does this guy have multiple purity seals? I think it was just the one, wasn't it? It was just the one. Cool. The stream closed for you for a second. That was annoying. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was on my end or what, but I know that YouTube Live does have some issues still. Might be because the stream's getting a bit long as well, and it's struggling to keep it all encoded properly. Like it pulled up another video as if your stream entered. Felt it was a little abrupt. Oh, okay, weird. Yeah, I don't know why it would have done that. That is strange. I mean, thank you for being invested enough to come back. Happened to you like 3 times tonight on this stream? Really? Okay. That's quite weird. Because I haven't gotten anything on my end telling me that my encoding frequency is too low or anything like that. You're invested 100%. Thank you. It's nice being able to talk to people about stuff while I paint. You want to know all there is to know, righto? I don't think you'll learn it from me, but there are certain people in the chat who I think know all there is to know. If you've got a question, they've probably got answers. I think that's the only purity seal for this one. Hardly, but you'll probably know of a solution. Yeah, I mean, that's what it means to know everything, isn't it? You don't need to know the perfect result. Don't need to know the perfect solution. But if you know something that's good enough, or if you can figure out something that's good enough, then you're pretty set. Love the background music as well. Yeah, thank you. It's I didn't exactly pay for it or anything, but yeah, it's pretty good. I normally find it really hard to focus on anything while I'm listening to music, but this is just chill enough that I can just have it going in the background and just, yeah, it doesn't distract me too much. I think that's the only seal for this guy. Yep. Alright, let's see if we can get this stream wrapped up in under 5 hours. I reckon we can push for it. 23 minutes left to get the purity seals done, the pauldrons finished, and the earth shade applied to both. I reckon we can make that. Nay. Well, we want to keep going? Been going for 5 hours. I'm tired, boss. I think this was one of the guys that had multiple purity seals. Maybe not. Okay, I don't think it was this guy. I will clean up that that bit of his pauldron though. That's a bit better. You'll never become a Chaos Champion with that attitude. That is not my intention. I will not spill any more blood on these streams. I vow here today, no more blood will be spilled on the stream. I will never wound myself trying to cut minis ever again. No blood for the blood god. So what's the point in cutting minis? Oh, well, it's more just like cutting them out of their, because they all come like this. And so you use pliers to snip them off of the sprues. And then, you use a knife to clean up the jagged edges. And I'm a lot stupid. And I have cut myself with the knife twice on stream while trying to clean up the jagged edges. Sorry, we haven't got minis yet, so don't know what to expect. Yeah, no, it is very surprising, because you get the box and you pull it out, and it's just sheets on sheets of this stuff, and, it's a little daunting, but it's pretty straightforward. On that note, a very good tip for when you're building the minis, only cut out the parts as you need them, because otherwise you will lose all the bits. If you cut everything out ahead of time and then put it on the desk, you will lose parts. So just cut parts out as the instructions ask for them. Because otherwise, parts of your minis can end up in the soup, and you don't want that. It's not ideal. We don't talk about the soup incident here. Take that tip to the grave. It's a good one. Oh, whoops. I keep bumping my head on my lamp, and then just flinching, just because I keep not expecting it to be right there. Do your favorite figure to paint? Oh, I don't know. I feel like I've had a lot of fun with all of the ones that I've done. Because they all have different things that are fun about them. Like, I think the most fun that I've had recently was the croc that I painted last week / 2 weeks ago. I'd say third-party model that I got, and it's really, really cool. I cut myself on that one as well. Not with a knife, just ripped myself open on one of the spikes on the Mini. That was very cool. Didn't catch that on stream, thankfully. As you might be gathering, I'm really good at cutting myself. Not the best skill to have. But, yeah, I had a lot of fun with that because for that one I painted using the sponge method that I was talking about earlier. And, yeah, but otherwise, I'm really enjoying just painting Space Marines as well. These are the first Marines that I've done, but they are really satisfying to paint just because of how smooth all of their panels are and everything like that. Like, they are definitely a great gateway into painting, I would say, just because everything is so defined and so smooth. Blood, sweat, and tears make the work worth it. Yep. It's just reminded me that the craft knife that I use has blood stains on the blade now, which is really funny to me. Hey, now there's a mini somewhere in here that has multiple purity seals, but I haven't come across him yet, I don't think. Is it this last guy? 1, 2, yeah, it's this last guy. What's the purity seal? They're these little stamps that are on them. One sec. This one's a bit awkward to see, so I'll point to the other one when I get to it. So down here on his leg, this bit here, this is the purity seal. Space Marines stamp them onto each other's armor before a battle. I don't fully remember what they have written on them. but it's meant. I think it's meant to be like a. Well, I honestly don't 100% know. I know they stamp them onto their armor before battles, and it's some kind of ritualistic thing. It's not a religious thing though, because most Space Marines don't worship the Emperor as a god. A mark of blessing or sanctification. Okay. Okay. That's the purity seals. Base coated now. Let's clean the brush. The Space Marines were a mirror of the Primarchs, who are a mirror of the Emperor. No, so the Primarchs are kind of. They're not exactly mirrors of the Emperor, but they're the Emperor's sons. Kind of ish. It depends on the Space Marines. So they all the Space Marines do they like I believe they worship the Emperor, but they don't worship him as a religious icon or a god, but they're like viciously loyal to him. But just not in the same way that most of the citizens of the Imperium are. Like, I don't believe these Space Marines are. I don't believe they subscribe to the Imperial cult. What's the chaplain then? So chaplains are Space Marines, which are kind of like they're almost like the psychologists of the chapters in a way. They're like some chapters do though, like the Black Templars. Yeah, some chapters do worship him as a god. But chaplains are basically like the well, I guess you could say they're like the guidance counselors of each chapter. Depending on the chaplain, they can be more or less extreme, but their whole thing is about ensuring the mental. They're all about like taking care of the mental condition of the members of the chapter. They're very big on like making sure everyone is focused and devoted to like their cause and all that sort of thing, and then they're also all just giga chads at the same time. Hey, where's our Agrax Earthshade? This last bit should be pretty quick. Give this a good shake. just get a little bit of this on the brush. Just see how we go with this. In wash or glaze? You like a glaze? Yeah, I'm gonna just sort of glaze it into the corners and just pull up a little bit. I'll pull it up as I go. Just gonna get a bit of water on the brush, just thin it out as much as I can. Try using more for a glaze. I was under the impression that washing used more, and then the glaze was used less in thinner layers. In any case, I'm pretty happy with this sort of look for it. I reckon, just sort of pulling it into the edges there so that we can get that recess shading. Don't thin it. Well, in any case, I'm happy with this sort of look to it. They build up a bit more along that bottom edge there. And we'll put that one down and let it dry. I won't do the purity seal just yet because I don't want to change the angle of this while it's drying. And again, yep, we're just going to drag it into the corners. Well, epic guys. Hey West, how you going? This one's a bit darker than the other one, so I'm just going to drag it, spread it as thin as I can. And try to push it into the outer edges to avoid getting as many, well, to avoid any drying brush strokes. You want to tint the whole pad and have some pooling, and it leaves room for, after drying to highlight. Yeah. That's I'm trying to let it pool down in the bottom edges there while I tint the whole pad. I'm going to tint the whole pad and then have it pool around on the around the outside edges. Because then we can get that recess shading going. Probably one of the smallest streams you've come across since you got into the hobby. Oh, really? Well, I'm glad you came across me. Yeah, always nice to have people showing up in here. Maybe asleep by the time you end your stream. Yeah, that shows no signs of ending, does it? So you're just listening for a minute while doing some eliminators. Alrighty, yeah, no worries. Yeah, I understand you're doing your own stuff at the same time. Yeah. Hensley, it does look like we've missed that 5-hour deadline that we were trying to shoot for. But yeah, if you need to go to bed, absolutely, don't let me keep you up. Like, I'm here often enough that you're not going to miss a lot. And if you do miss anything, I can always just update you on it. Like next time. But yeah, if you need to sleep, go to sleep. Dark Angel's my main army. They are not. So I'm mainly just into the painting side of the hobby. I haven't played the tabletop before. So I just collect the minis that I like the faction of. Like, I like the aesthetic and the lore, and I just like to paint them up. For me, painting is the hobby. Deadlines, schmedlines. Yeah, I feel like I have not been able to meet any deadlines that I've set myself in this, like, in any streams I've done. I've always been like, okay, we're getting this done here. No, we didn't get it done. What about now? Nope. But yeah, so Dark Angels, they're not my main army, but I really like them. They are one of my favorite factions. Fair enough, most of your hobbying process is just painting the minis, and as such you play Grey Knights even though you've ever played one game and lost. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if I ever had enough to play, I probably would like to, but I just don't really, I don't have any mates who are into the hobby, and the Warhammer store isn't exactly convenient for me to get to, and I don't have any hobby shops in my immediate area. Don't worry, more is better on this part. Yeah, I just want to avoid any excess pulling. Like, I like having a little bit of pulling, but I don't want to go too hard on this. Like, I just want to get like a nice little recess shade going without having too much globbing up. It will look good with highlight blending. Yeah. I have no doubt about that. Got like 1,500 points worth of Grey Knights built, half your armor is proxies, the other half are normal Games Workshop models. Yeah, that's a lot of minis. I don't think I've got that many yet. I've only been at this for probably coming up on a year now-ish. Well, yeah, I guess a bit over a year, but I took a fair bit of time off from the hobby. I haven't amassed that much yet, but I've probably got at least that much in grey plastic, but I haven't painted that much. It's not as many as like 500 points, or just 3 dreads, 2 dreadnoughts, and a venerable dreadnought. Oh, okay, so it adds up pretty quickly, I guess. Yeah, since I haven't played the game, I'm not super familiar with how the points actually work. You're gonna want it to look different than cloth in the end. This is a good way to do that. Righto. Get a bit more on the brush there, push that into the recesses. Sort of stipple it in the bottom there. And yeah, I don't want to go overboard with the Earthshade here for the pauldrons, because I do want to come back through and just sponge on some little bits of brown over the top to show weathering as well. And so I don't want to hide too much of the white underneath. Got into Grey Knights because you like Doom and have a Doomslayer proxy that you run as Kaldor Drago. That Doomslayer, or the that's actually pretty cool. Yeah. There's actually one of the third-party mini makers that I've gotten a few minis from has a really cool Grey Knight proxy. The mini maker's Major Minis. They're an Australian maker, which is quite cool. Means that the shipping is nice and quick for me and isn't super expensive. But, well, actually the shipping's free when you get over a certain threshold. But, yeah, they have a really cool Grey Knight proxy, which is, like, it's very Doom-inspired. I think they call them on the mini the Grey Slayer. Do I have a Facebook page? I do not. I think I got Facebook in like year 10, maybe. Oh yeah, I got it, and then I never used it. It's just never really been a thing for me. You saw that when you looked at it a while back. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Yeah, I feel like the Major Minis prints are really nice. getting some DMG minis stuff printed for your Grey Knight proxies at the moment. All the Silver Warden stuff. Righto. The Dread Knight is really sick from them. It's got to be your favorite. Okay, I'll check them out. Although, actually, no, I don't need to check them out. I don't need any more minis. Stop. I don't need any more minis. I don't need any more minis. Sorry, I need to, like, say, that needs to be a mantra for me. Every time anyone mentions something, I just need to reflexively say that. I'm sorry. Sorry about that outburst. I don't need any more minis. I inherited some minis from a friend's older brother who was getting out of the hobby, and they have a bunch of old Grey Knights and stuff, which is really cool to see. Because they're like the first metal minis that I've actually seen, and some of them are half painted, but a lot of them are unpainted, so at some point I might come through and paint them up. Okay. I was about to say this is the last one, but there's one more after this, and then we'll just do the purity seals. The old Grey Knight metal ones look pretty much exactly the same as their plastic ones. They're still great models. Oh yeah, no, I feel like the metal ones are cooler because they're metal. I don't know, like, just slightly short, just like you. Look, that just means they're more compact. Can fit into tighter spaces. No, but yeah, I think the metal ones are really cool. There's like, yeah, the print quality is still really good, it looks like. And I feel like I could kill a man with them. Not that I would, of course. But I just could. I feel like that has got to be one of the best shoulder pads that I've done so far. Listen, I know what you mean about I don't need more minis. Custodies have been screaming your name a lot lately. Look, the other day I had someone in my chat who was talking about how cool their Imperial Knight factions were, and I had to fight off the urge to go and buy knights. Do you know how expensive those things are? Huge. Like, I really want Imperial Knights, but at the same, I don't need more minis. I had multiple people talking about how cool their knights are. Because Francois, was it you were talking about how yours are, yeah, okay, there's two people. It was Panzer and Francois talking about their fucking knights. Oh man, yeah. I don't need more minis. I don't need more minis. You have a good day. Just joined. I stared that fact. Man, what a moment to show up. No, yeah, I've been going pretty well. How have you been, Panzer? Just thinking about getting a knight for a while too. Not even for like a knight time. I just want to run Canis Rex as an ally for Grey Knights because I think it'd be cool. Yeah, knights are just so cool. Yeah, no, fans, what you missed was, the first half of this stream was me trying to figure out how the hell I'm meant to use the airbrush that I got set up over the weekend. Knights are really minis, though. I mean, they're smaller than they really are. They're smaller than they are in the lore. But yeah, first half of the stream was me trying to figure out how to use an airbrush, and failing to appease the machine spirit for a lot of it. But we got there. Your armor just are classed as battle line. Hey, yeah, I might come back through on some of the ones where I was a bit lighter on the wash. And just get a bit more on there. Raise the Omnisire. No, look, that's chill enough. This is a Space Marine stream. You're safe. But yeah, they're like Panzer, you've missed it, but there have been a few outbursts in chat praising some other people who we will not name. None of that here, okay? The Emperor is all good today. You don't need more minis. Titans are not minis, though. Chill, Francois. You don't need more minis. Let's hope the stream doesn't stop working. To be, like, honestly though, like, people have actually been having trouble with the stream, like, getting booted from it midway through today, so, look, anything could happen. Then the Inquisition will come if we don't stop talking. Look, look, we have nothing to fear if we have nothing to hide. I personally am innocent. I don't know about you guys. Oh wait, guilty by association is a thing. Look, let's just chill. I reckon this is gonna be the last shoulder pad we'll do. Knights technically aren't Titans though, right? No. Yeah, so Knights are different. Innocence proves nothing. Oh man, okay. Well, look. If it's gonna be like that, if we're getting got anyway, we may as well go down with like if it doesn't matter if we're innocent or not, then why bother being innocent? I've admitted it a few times already. I am a proud follower of Zinch, and I'm sick of hiding it. He used to work for government, mate. No, I'm a student. Well, I'm not a student at the moment, but no, no government jobs for me. Okay, maybe I'll do one more shoulder pad. This one here is a bit light. Here's the Inquisition. You have a taint of chaos. No comment. But I reckon now all that we're gonna do for today is let's just go through and do the purity seals. I'm just gonna shake this again so that I can get some more in the top part of the lid there. It's a handy little well. There we are, just up the top there. Easier to scoop out the amount that I want. That feeling when the unique transfer on the sheet sticks to your hand, I am dreading that. I have not done any transfers yet. Yeah, that's gonna be fun for next time, because next time is gonna be when I get my first experience of trying to do transfers. And I'm gonna absolutely make a mess of them. Right, because Xenos don't have transfers. Well, so Tau actually do have transfers, but I didn't do any transfers for them when I first did them. At least not Nids, yeah. It'd be crazy if Nids had transfers. But yeah, Necrons don't, Tau do, but I didn't realize what they were when I first built them, because they were my first minis. And then by the time I was done with them and I did realize, couldn't be bothered to figure it out. You'll walk me through it, get a mayonnaise or peanut butter lid. I do have microset and Sol. I think last time when we talked about it, you'd given me the basic rundown, didn't you? Where it was you go set first on the surface to prep it, then soften the transfer with Sol, push it over onto the surface that you've got the set on, let it dry, and then put the set over the top to smooth it and seal it. Was that it? Shame on me for not putting transfers on. Repent. I didn't know. I didn't know. I'm sorry. Yeah, but soften in a shallow lid. Okay. And then you just put them on with like tweezers or something like that. Do they have a mini of Lionel Johnson? There is a Lion mini. It looks sick as hell. He's got a couple of watches in the dark with him. It looks awesome. I want it. But I don't need more minis, okay? We need to... Okay. Yes, there is a mini of the Lion. I don't need it. No matter how cool it is, I do not need it. I do not need the mini of the Lion. Use the knife blade and a paintbrush. Okay. I do not need more minis. I do not need more minis. But you want them, that's enough. Lies and slander. Look. I need to lie to myself or I won't stop. I need them. I need it. I need it. I need it. Lies, deceptions, every day it's more lies. Look, that's why I'm doing all of this, that's why I'm streaming all the painting right now, is so that I can get all of these minis painted so I can buy more minis. It's the cycle of life. Games Workshop makes, well, like, I work so that Games Workshop can get my money. All of my funds go towards Games Workshop plastic. Man, this must be one of my longer ones because it's more than 5 hours. Don't mention it. About 50 minutes ago, I was like, I reckon we can get this finished up before the 5-hour mark. It did not happen. Yeah, I think this is my longest stream so far. Yeah, I'm going to stand up and every bone in my back is going to click.
New notification primaries or firstborn. What do you mean by primaries? Oh, motherfucker. Okay, sorry about that. Had a bit of a oh, Primaris. Right. Okay. Right. I missed a seal. I missed a seal. Damn it. Oh my damn it. Is my bone color still wet? It is. Okay. Three eliminators and everything is sprayed now. Nice work. Yeah, you say this is one of my longer ones, Panzer, but Francois has been here from pretty much the start, just working on his own stuff while we're at it. So he has also been working hard. This stream will be censored due to coarse language. Look, this. Oh man, that's great. You couldn't. You were censored for the coarse language. You were kit bashing in your mini. Oh nice. Oh no, I wasn't asking. I wasn't like saying, oh, you should have been here from the start. No, I was just saying that no, Francois has just been toiling away just as long as I have. But you've been kit bashing. What are you doing? Alright, you gotta go? Right, see you later, mate. Thanks for dropping by. You've done an Invictus Warsuit, 10 Infiltrators, and 3 Eliminators. That's all today? Man, you are fanging it. Making such a better pace than I am. I'm just plodding away here. The mysterious kit bash, we will never know. Maybe it was like, he was like, I shouldn't have mentioned that. And the second I pressed him on it, was like, shit, I gotta go, gotta disappear. Since stream start. Yeah, no, he's been making a bomb or something. That's what it was. He's been kit bashing his, its code for building an IED.
think I've got all of the purity seals now. Yeah, it's just this one that I had forgotten to coat earlier. Okay. I think that's going to be it for today. Oh, man. Yep, just stretched and every bone in my back just popped. Oh, I need to make a habit of getting up and walking around during this. Yeah, looking pretty good. Thanks for the tips on the shoulder pads and all that sort of thing. I think it'll all turn out really nicely when we get this all finished up. But yeah, they're looking good. I reckon next time is when we'll come through, we'll do our transfers. We'll do our metallics for like the guns and the Aquila and the power pack and all that sort of thing. And then we'll do like the eye lenses and details and all that. You like red wax seals on green models and purple on others? Oh, purple seals would be really cool. Yeah, I was just thinking the standard red, but oh man, purple seals would look so cool on some models. But yeah, yeah, I reckon next session will be a lot of the detailing and the transfers, and we will probably then in the session after that go through and base all of them. And that'll be fun. I love basing. But yeah, thanks for dropping by. Thanks for sticking through it for Francois and anyone else who's been here, but just been sort of in the background. It's great to have you all here. Dry brush and blend on the pauldron, then transfers. Ooh, you're just full of ideas. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this has been great. Thanks for stopping by, keeping me company through all this, and best of luck with your other stuff.